$300,000 for 5% equity in our company.
Can't wait to try them on.
So, you said it doesn't cut in.
That's the idea, it does not cut.
Let's talk about the sales.
We have $180,000 in sales.
300K is a lot of dough, and 5% is like pee-pee. It doesn't get me out of bed. That's the problem.
What will get you out of bed?
I'm going to give you the 300,000. I'll keep the 5% for schmuck insurance, but I want $1 a unit in royalty.
Would you do $300,000 for 3% plus 22 cents?
What is the thinking on the 22 cents? That's a number?
You like it? I'll take that deal that you offer.
$300,000 for 3% plus 22 cents.
Forever and ever. Yeah, I'll take that deal.
Oh my God.
Stringies are here. Invisible panties that go completely undetectable under clothing, and they feel like you're wearing nothing.
Wherever you go, it's always a good time to not show your panty line.
So that's why we're here seeking $300,000 for 5% equity in our company.
Can't wait to try them on.
So, you said it doesn't cut in.
That's the idea, it does not cut.
Let's talk about the sales.
We have $180,000 in sales.
300K is a lot of dough, and 5% is like pee-pee. It doesn't get me out of bed. That's the
Well,
problem.
what will get you out of bed?
I'm going to give you the 300,000. I'll keep the 5% for schmuck insurance, but I want $1 a unit in royalty.
Would you do $300,000 for 3% plus
Hornswoggle talking shit about Peter Dinklage?
I feel like you're one of the most recognizable little people on the planet.
Fuck you, Peter Dinklage. Piece of shit.
That's real heat, too.
Fucking hate him. He costed so many people in my community jobs with that Snow White bullshit. Pisses me off.
Don't you also hate Hugh Grant?
Why?
Didn't the Oompa Loompa thing? Isn't that a thing?
He did make a comment. That's not as bad. Fuck Peter Dinklage. Like, fuck, man. It pisses me off. It still makes me mad.
Damn.
Like, he...
So, for context, for anybody who doesn't know, is that Peter Dinklage criticized Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs remake for it being real people because he didn't want them to use dwarves, like people, I don't know what the word is for it, people with dwarfism, midget, fucking little people. I mean, again, like just people that are short, right? I mean, it's obviously people that are fucking short. Yes, the vertically challenged. Okay, that's what I mean to say is the vertically challenged.
I was a little taken back by the they're very proud to cast a Latino actress as Snow White.
Yeah,
but you're still telling the story of Snow White.
Yeah,
Seven Dwarfs.
Sure.
So take a step back and look at what you're doing there. It makes no sense to me. You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that fucking backward story of seven dwarves living in a cave. What the fuck are you doing, man?
I can see why, and I think it's very fair to hate Peter Dinklage for that, because the way that he gained his notoriety and popularity was by being a little person in Game of Thrones. Like, abso-fucking-lutely, him being Tyrion Lannister made his fucking career. And to be honest, I think Peter Dinklage is an S-tier actor. He's a great actor, but he's a fucking asshole. He should, and so he basically pulled the ladder up from all of these other people.
Lasted so many people jobs.
Yep.
So many people.
Because he wanted to be the only dwarf.
You know what? I don't think that. I think he wanted to make a statement, and he thought he was making some cool.
He thought he had the right opinion.
Thing. But it wasn't. wasn't. When he did Elf, that check cashed just fine. Tyrion Lannister was a role for a little person. He cashed that check for all those years. Like
8 years. And that is his most, I think probably his most known role. And yeah, 100%. Jealousy? I think it is jealousy. It is. Because like this guy now, like he now has less opportunities because Peter Dinklage changed the way that the casting managers and the way the public see casting individuals with dwarfism in movies. Because beforehand it was seen as something that, you know, it was a role that they could play because of their unique stature. And now it's seen as caricaturing. And so it did hurt a lot of people.
Kay not going out for Brad Pitt's role. Give me Grumpy or Happy or Sleepy. In a major Disney remake? Yeah, come on.
Pretty grumpy now.
And then you're going to have 7 dwarves, then they're extras, then they're stunt doubles.
Sure.
That are all going to get paid. And he fucked it.
Well, I think you should be happy because that movie turned out, it was atrocious.
I heard it was dog shit.
Yep, atrocious. So it's all good.
Yeah, and I won't see it.
Well, but not really though, right? Because like, not really, because it's just that movie was one example of it. And also, I mean, I'll be real, like he's making 2 separate arguments, right? Like if the movie had all real people with dwarfism as, you know, as the 7 dwarves, the movie would have still been dog shit. It's not like that's what made the movie bad.
I'm pissed off about it. I will not watch it. I love Disney.
Don't worry,
Disney
nobody
fanatic.
else is going to see it either.
Yo, I heard it tanked. But oh well.
Oh
But
well.
when you think about it, it's Peter Dinklage, Vern Troyer.
Yeah, to me, to be honest, I would say Vern
Brad
Troyer,
Williams?
me, fucking
Shit.
the British actor.
Oh, the British one.
You're such a piece of shit. Yeah, Warwick Davis. That's it. Warwick Davis, Leprechaun, and then he did a bunch of other Ewoks and that. But Warwick, I would say the most
Wee Man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I remember him.
I would say I am 4th.
On the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, of midgets. Yeah, that makes me really uncomfortable. I love it. I love when I say it for the first time because it went around people because they literally go.
You gave me the M word card.
Yeah, only
last
use around
time.
me.
Oh, the M word. Oh, that's a new one. I like that.
And I still have not cashed in that card. I don't want
See,
to.
I think that this is the way that most normal people act, by the way. And this is, again, the way that... See, this melts the mind of a Karen. Is that you have 2 guys that have mutual respect for each other. And so they know that the way that they're communicating isn't in bad faith or ill intent. And they're just talking about this and it's fine and there's no issues. There's no, you know, like posturing or whatever. It's just normal people. Banter?
Say it. No. It's fine. My dad will not say it. Eric Potts will not say the M word.
Damn.
No.
It makes him very uncomfortable. When
I mean, I get it.
It doesn't. It's a word. Why are we being again, when we go to ego, if I'm offended by that, I view myself different to on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Hey, you're top 4.
I think it matters, like, the way somebody says it. Like, I feel like if somebody is saying it in a derogatory way, then it's bad. And if somebody's saying it in just a way where, like, this is the term that they're using, it's not bad. Right? I mean, it's all about intent, right? I mean, clearly it's about intent. Tone matters. Yeah, intent, everything like that. Yeah, sure.
I would say Dinklage is above me.
Of course.
I would say Warwick
he's the
Davis.
main guy.
Wee Man's above me.
You get mistaken for Wee Man?
Yes, all the time. I get Dinklage and Wee Man.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's like 4 of you guys. There's like, you said there's like 4 or 5. Like, yeah, there's going to be some fucking mistakes.
My buddies love it.
So when you get Dinklage, you just like...
I literally call people.
You get mad?
It's happened with Landon and I the other day. And I had to text my buddy, just got Dinklaged. Just got dinked. Pissed me off so much.
Jesus Christ.
Guys, we don't all look alike. Like,
of course.
Fuck, you think all children are the same person? We're all essentially children. We look like children? Fuck off. Stupid.
Man, that sucks. Yeah. Wow. And Dinked is hilarious. Yeah, I guess so, right? And it's weird to see something like this because it's like a problem that you never really think about because it just affects such a Jesus, it affects such a small minority of people, right? But the fact is that it is kind of shitty, right? That happened, and like, you know, Peter Dinklage doing that, it's very clearly pulling the ladder up from other guys like this, and it makes it harder for them to get roles, and I think it sucks.
Jobs are not what they used to be. The average time an employee employee spends with their company is now at the lowest level ever, and that's by design. We have gone
right.
Jobs are not what they used to be. The average jobs are not what they used to be. The average time an employee spends with their company is now at the lowest level ever, and that's by design. We have gone from full-time to part-time to casual to gig work, lowering the expectation of a employee spends with their company is now at the lowest level ever, and that's by design. We have gone from full-time to part-time to casual to gig work, lowering the We have gone from full-time to part-time to casual to gig work, lowering the expectation of a long-term professional.
It's crazy how many people do like Uber.
The gig work. By design. We have gone from full-time to part-time to casual to gig work, lowering the expectation of a long-term professional.
It's crazy how many people do like Uber, and they do Uber Eats or Lyft or some sort of thing like this. It's actually crazy how popular it is.
Relationship every step of the way. If this didn't do enough, studies have shown that many workplaces are now intentionally promoting the fear of job losses in an attempt to motivate workers and keep costs down.
That's smart. That's a good idea. Yeah, you got to make them think that they're on the ropes.
This is usually a really dumb idea. The death of job security is bad for workers and bad for companies, but nobody cares anymore.
So we have immediately seen, Andrew, layoffs.
Yep.
We have seen price increases, so that's inflation.
Teachers and staff at schools.
Well, it's also like, I mean, if they're paying more money, like the, what do you call it? Like the amount of money that like jobs are paying, like minimum wage goes up, they're going to be able to get better candidates, just in general. Like the more money you pay for a job, the better candidates you're going to get. Just on average. It's not a one-to-one, but there's this fucking extremely strong correlation.
Coast to coast could soon be out of the job.
15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record.
Mr. Musk said the company would look to reduce headcount by around 10%.
The layoffs are already piling up this year, and we're just a few weeks into 2024.
Up until the 1980s, it wasn't unusual for workers to spend their entire professional careers working with just one company. Company loyalty was highly valued by both employers and employees, and the threat of getting laid off or fired was incredibly low. If you ever watch old films and see someone getting fired as a major plot point, just remember it actually was a big deal back then.
What was this one? The car salesman movie, Alec Baldwin. Oh, fuck. Not Never Give an Inch. That's something else. Glengarry Glen Ross? I remember seeing this, bro. This guy, like, Alec Baldwin, huge fucking asshole, great fucking actor. He was so good with this. Coffees for closers, that's right. So good.
But according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, those days are long gone. The average tenure of young employees these days is less than a third of the baby boomers exiting the workforce.
I think a lot of people also, this is encouraged by now that people are able to communicate more online. There is a very, very common assumption that, you know, whether it's true or not is irrelevant. People think this, that the best way to increase your salary is to, instead of increasing your rank at your current job, is to hop between company to company and then get your salary up. up that way instead.
I don't want to sound too old here, but back in my day, people actually cared about losing their job. But today, getting fired or laid off from your company just makes good content to post on TikTok. This is a bad trend.
I don't agree with this. I think that's not true. I think the only
about losing their job. But today, getting fired or laid off from your company just makes good content to post on TikTok. This is a bad trend.
I don't agree with this. I think that's not true. I think the only reason he's saying that is because he's not looking at the single moms that get fired who lose their house. Like, go out there to the side of the street and talk to all those people and think about how easy was it for them to get laid off of their job. Yeah, for sure, some 19-year-old pretty girl isn't going to have this problem because, you know, she can find a guy to live with or she can go back and live with her parents. But for, like, an average person, getting fired from your job is absolutely fucking life-changing. It's not even a question.
Companies, because it takes away their biggest stick. The fear of getting fired is always going to be a motivator in the workplace. There really is no way around that. If you don't do your job or cause too much trouble in the workplace, there really is no way around that. If you don't do your job or cause too much trouble for the company, you are going to lose your job.
Well, that's the way it should be. If you're not doing your job, you should get fired. Yeah, wow, what a fucking surprise. We're going to act like this is bad? Yeah, no shit.
With the pay and benefits that come with it. But as the great Peter Gibbons would say, that will only make someone work just hard enough to not get fired. The death of job security means that people just expect to enough to not get fired. The death of job security means that people just expect to lose their job at some point in their career these days. But there are 3 big reasons why it was allowed to get this bad, and 3 reasons why nobody really cares anymore. The first reason is that companies give up on training their own staff. There was an old joke. The first reason is that companies give up on training their own staff. There is an old joke about company staffing that goes something like this. The CEO and head of HR are arguing about the cost to train staff. The CEO asks, what would happen if we spent all this money and they quit? To which the head of HR responds, what happened if we don't spend the money and they stay? But as more people move jobs more often, the CEO...
I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years.
Ooh.
From, you know, Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
So this is
personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. I'll tell you that the income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, you know, give credit where credit is due. Income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell did they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdom.
Is this a live Trump react?
You know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current accounts, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
Not bad.
Wow.
Not bad.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers. And it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important. And that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision.
Oh,
that
they've got that. Is that the Constitution?
And today it's about a man named Elon.
Oh.
And he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And you know the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. very smart people in.
So what's going to happen with
them? They found
them?
things that are pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, what's that going to be?
I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find them, but the numbers could double and triple.
That would be good.
Because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad with the Department of Government Efficiency. Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. Doge has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people and computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers, that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset in the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud/waste and modernize broken and outdated systems.
Everything's computer.
So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems. And, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly, where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started.
Yeah, that's probably
true. In many cases, we've started. I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world, those systems right now. They were
Doge was a unilateral failure?
The previous administration
Is that true?
was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money. Actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer, and they don't hook up.
Like an abacus?
They didn't hook up, so after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system, and in never any cases, from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary contracts have been terminated, and you know that we have terminated many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at, and it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases. We're going through procedures, we're going through courts, and
that's good.
We'll remember you as we announce billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, Doge canceled $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. $101 million, and that was just a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City, and the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel.
That's a lot of money.
In New York City. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma.
Deleted.
In Burma. Does anyone know about Burma?
No.
$42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement. There was $100 in the account, and all of a sudden they found $2 billion in the account.
Surprise.
And I assume that's being looked at. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental crisis. $20 billion. Not 20 million, a lot. Not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office.
That's a lot of money.
$20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spent $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the Doge cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great, big, beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just use it in a different layer to save the money. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. Doge has also fully modernized the federal retirement process and continues to work very hard on the IRS modernization. But we're taking that over with Doge. Many of the Doge people, Elon, are staying behind too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world.
I won't let him go.
Look at
Does
his
Elon know
and
that?
Compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company in, I guess, in history, you would have to say,
Not his
the
last
largest
day.
free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as special government employee. Can you imagine?
Come back and audit the Pentagon.
Employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us, and he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, wow, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia,
that's a new one.
We were in, as you know, 3 really great countries, predominantly the 3. Qatar was great. UAE was great. Saudi Arabia, incredible. What about Syria? Such an incredible experience to be in those 3 countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the leaders, the great leaders of the other 2 that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. It would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on
how it was rigged?
With the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports, and so much more. But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because I was one person.
Everybody is transgender.
But there were 2 people because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing.
Yep,
they've been doing it for a long time.
They're going to make your
So
grandpa
I just,
trans.
I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot. And we're doing really well. We came, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the embarrassment in Afghanistan where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe. I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack in Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And
it was bad.
Now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan.
Oh, wow.
And I want to thank my people also. We talk trade. And we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood, and they agreed.
Well, that's good.
And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody.
Somehow.
We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane. And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks.
It's pretty fast.
And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can, and that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying. Almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting. Really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him, and he had to go through the slings and the arrows.
His big balls staying,
which is a shame because he's an incredible patriot.
I would assume so.
The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Oh, shit.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank
Wow.
you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Wow. It's a very special boy.
The luck on this is amazing.
That's right. Large luck.
Well, let me say perhaps a few. This is amazing.
That's right. Large luck.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words. That this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So, so that it comes with a time limit.
Yeah, sure.
And but the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it's permeating throughout the government. And I'm confident that over time we will see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in
that would be good.
$1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon.
Wow!
So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president, and I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Look at this incredible. I mean, it's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful.
Well, they brought out the Declaration of Independence, right?
Pretty nice.
Yeah. Office. It's beautiful.
Well, they brought out the Declaration of Independence, right?
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's been there a long time. It was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24-karat gold. And
Elon's
everybody loved it. And now they all see it when they come in.
Hey,
it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. So that's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
That's it. All right. Great. Yeah.
The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this
some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Oh.
There is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
It's the New York Times in this room where
did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was a big. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election.
Oh, right.
And,
remember that?
When you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And you know who signed these?
Is Trump
orders,
being sympathetic to Sleepy Joe now?
That he signed that set our country so far back. That was
Are
so
we
bad
flipping
for
the
our
script?
country.
With the auto pen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now.
Oh,
If there was
no.
a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they go
Well,
about
it's very
it?
hard because I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that?
Yeah.
Auto pens, to me, are used to sign letters to people because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it because the next day or sooner I'd be reading about
Biden
something
didn't
that
see
I
it
knew
because he
nothing
was
about.
asleep.
And who the hell signed this? So I almost never used the auto pen.
Yeah.
In fact,
No, that makes
yesterday
sense.
I was signing about 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and statements to
He was
people that I
AFK?
think should be
Yeah.
signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is.
Who is it?
And it was actually more than one person.
Oh.
But
whose is it?
That's not what the presidency is all about. I hardly use the
Mr.
auto pen.
Are you going to reinstate the tariffs on China? You said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to
Elizabeth
help
Warren?
them because they were
Wait,
in
what?
trouble with
The fuck did she come from?
a massive amount
What?
of business. But I'm sure
What are you
that I'll
talking
speak
about?
to President Xi and
The fuck?
hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, there's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza,
Uh-huh.
and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow, and we have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making
Didn't
a
they
deal
just
with
tell them to
Iran also.
evacuate?
They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal.
Yeah.
And I think that could happen in the not too distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a deal without bombs being dropped all over the Middle East. That would be a very good thing. They can't have a nuclear. We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
Mr. Hamas, a question for Elon.
Yeah, please.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your company?
It depends.
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean,
It obviously depends.
Yeah, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Hamas, on Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the
It's obviously Congress, right?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not.
Yeah, that's what I would assume.
Any one person or Congress. It's
the judges.
Going through, really
yeah, but that went back and forth.
Millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause.
Well,
that's what you'd expect. So we just got
the scammers aren't going to say they're scamming.
So just a lot of work going through vast
not.
expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions.
You want as a black eye?
What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well?
I don't know about that.
Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all.
You think you got in a fight yesterday?
And then we have to just work through the process of stopping the spending where there's literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money's being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean,
damn, bro, it's crazy.
There are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0.
What?
Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we've got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we need to terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere in the government, by the way.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multiplanetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by I think the official
Macron's husband hit Elon in the face.
Choose to extend is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you think that Congress has been?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you had mentioned earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy, and as the president mentioned,
a whipping boy.
A lot to go through this process. Was it worth it for you?
People still use that?
Yes. So what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere,
an old one.
Then people would assume that was done by Doge, and so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, the internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's not to do with us. Just as an example.
So actually cool. Trump lets him speak, knowing he's got the tism.
It just became a bit ridiculous, where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, and including things that made no sense. And
what's the worst thing that's the last day? Who cares?
There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the
I like that.
The frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know.
Right.
And that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals, because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do when someone within the government tries to stop money being spent, there's usually someone that complains. And then
why is that?
Their manager will say it's not worth the trouble.
What?
Just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Oh my God.
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good.
Yeah.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well. And I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and
I don't know what
they're
that.
fine.
Oh no!
I got a little shiner here.
What do you think about the Democratic Party plan to avoid being $20 million to study how to speak to American men.
You know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend.
Someone did the math
wrong. They want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then they should be, the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I could tell you what they did wrong. I could tell you every one of their programs. When they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. They're, you know, I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20. They're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
Mr. President, on the big
you're right about that.
Back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours. Back then, he had said himself in very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing.
Yeah, he's staying in jail.
It's not a popularity contest. So, I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President, on the big beautiful bill, would you like to see the Senate build in some support for your tariffs?
I mean, that's fair to say.
Or should that be a standalone bill?
I have great support on the tariffs.
I can't wait for people to misconstrue that into him saying he pardoned Diddy.
Because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us.
fine. Know that with you, you'll be fine.